In the east, the merchant Medra.
Good evening. Just now before I swapped over, I had a horrible sneezing fit, so if I sound really sniffly, that's why. Hi Zach. We are going to start up a new colony, and so that Sushi can use it as a reference, or anyone else, whoever wants to play this game. We're gonna run through like the first beginning bits of the game, and I'm going to do my best to like explain things, like why I'm doing them, as like a little tutorial. So we're gonna start a new colony for that purpose. We're gonna do it on easy. Let me just fix some things. First thing we're gonna do over here is swap this back to a grassland biome. Leave rainfall moderate. So you can click on the seed and change these numbers. So we're gonna randomize it a few times. One more time. There we go. Okay. So here is our seed. Can I copy paste this? Control C. Oh, I just want to see if I can copy paste this and like send it to Sushi. Yes? Are those all the right numbers? It's hard to see. Oh, wait, I can see here. Yeah, okay. So there are the numbers. That's for Sushi. Okay, confirm. Okay, apply and exit. Okay, so that is... Let me fix the flag. I don't know what I want the flag to be. It's a volcano. Still... I like this one. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but I like it. Let's make it blue. I want this part to be black. And this part to be... Kind of a lot of options here. That's fine. You're not late. You're fine, Sushi. I'm just getting started. Alright. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna come down here to... So this, you get more experience and you have a starting 3 research points. That's useful. But also, is it this one? It's this one. You're faster and you can carry more. Or if you're worried about fighting, Natural Born Warrior gives you a little extra health and some extra attack power. So whichever one of these 3 you feel like would help you best, I think. This one is okay, but we don't really need it. Like, It's fine. I think it'd probably be better for like if we were on medium or something and you needed your people to stay happy. That has to do with like making relationships with other cities. That gives you extra money. And this just gives you some bonuses to like your leveling up. So I normally start with Prestigious Scholar, but like I said, this one is also really good because that extra capacity in the beginning is nice. Instead of carrying 3 things, you can carry 4. But I'm gonna keep it on Prestigious Scholar. Okay, we have Grasslands. We have our rat. We're on easy. Tutorial's on. I'm gonna keep it on still. Okay, start. Off we go. How are you two doing? I'm sorry if I sound so sniffly. Your arms? Oh yeah, because you went to the gym yesterday. Aw. How'd you do? You sound like you guys have been, like, keeping at it. Okay. So this is our main storage. Next to our main storage... Okay. Are you faring? Okay, this is how we move. Do-do-do. And aiming. So our tree is to our left. Okay. Oh. Like, because you have the extra weight, or because, like, you can't stretch around them as well? Oh, that's a bee. Okay. Okay. So first thing, he wants us to gather the tree, but we're going to gather some food first. Okay, and tab to swap between what you pick up. Yes, I know. Okay, I put it in the storage. So it's always very important to bring everything to the storage, like for the first time. And that includes, like, so if I were to dig this again, see it's at like 30-something percent. Hold on. 43%, like it's growing, right? If I were to grab it before it's ready to be harvested, I would pull it up completely and have the seed. Those seeds also count as new items, and for every new item you bring into your storage, you get a research point for it. So wheat seeds, grass seeds, flower seeds, tree seeds, all those. Try to pull up like at least one, unless you're actively harvesting it at the time, and bring it to your storage. Oh, hold on. Sushi is... My thing is, there's not an active way to pause this game without going into the menu. Keep your elbows stationary. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, and lift up while keeping your elbows pinned to the side. Oh my goodness. That's... Did you guys, like, find a way to work around it? Because, like, yeah, like, that's not you being difficult or not able to do it. That's just, like, your body's not... You're gonna have to find another way to do whatever it was that she wanted you to do. 1 second. I decided to back all the way out of the Twitch mobile app for whatever fucking reason. I don't know if I've ever shared this with anybody, like on stream or whatever, but I mean, maybe I don't know, maybe it is something you can do. You just need to get used to moving. Like, I'm not entirely certain what the exercise was, but you know, like, it's one of those things where you have to like learn the stance and practice and build up arm strength, because like it's not as easy to keep parts of your body in place as some people think it is. And then like moving while keeping a part of your body stationary, it's like control and stuff like that. And like you don't know what she's talking about. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You're gonna have to tell her, like, start pointing to what you were talking about, like what area of the body that is. Okay. Yeah, he talks about how plants grow over time. Now we're going to mine. Okay, so our tree is to our left. Which is important. And I saw some water. And I wish I could look down a little better. I guess I could page out like that. Oh, that's mud. That's a jungle biome below us. Oh, yay. Okay, so this is our main storage. And before we commit to a main ladder area, we need to know what is below us. So I'm going to dig here. Put the dirt in the box. Okay. You felt nothing in your shoulders. I mean, I don't know. It takes time. That's always going to be a thing. So got some bees. Okay, so this is where we're going to run into a small issue, though, because... Oh, you're a little character. You're about a tile tall, but the top of your head. So let's say you're 2 tile tall, actually. So you can climb up and down this pretty well. If it was 1 more down, you wouldn't be able to climb up, though. But you can dig up a... like, you can dig up a 3rd area above you. And that's important. Continue. Okay, let us grab some grass. Okay. Before we commit... oh, yeah. To... a main ladder. You know what? It's under the tree, which is why I'm upset. We're gonna put it here, though, actually. You need to know what is below you, because... I'm telling you how to build. There is nothing quite so frustrating as trying to make a main ladder and then realizing you have, like, a resource you don't necessarily want to get rid of below you. No, you're fine, Sushi. I get it. I also had that problem back when I cared to have that problem. That's not how you say that. I don't know. I haven't worn a brawl in, like, years now, except for the sports brawl I wore, and it wasn't even really a sports brawl, when I used to work at the school. So I don't have that, like, strain on my shoulders anymore. Okay, yeah, no. Yeah. It's good, honestly. Hold on, I am losing time. We're gonna pause for a second. Yeah. No, you should have. I don't know if she's giving you any like of the workouts to do at home, because you should have a little extra freedom of movement for like without it, to try to move around and do stretches and stuff like that. Oh, what I was saying though is back in high school, I had a delightful gym teacher who informed me and a bunch of the other girls that if like you stand straight and you look down, right? And if you could not see your toes, you were overweight. And we were all like in middle school, high school at the time, right? And so I'm sure you can already imagine what the problem with that statement is. Because there were, and like, I've always been chubby, I don't care about that part, but there were girls who were way thinner than I was, who went home crying to their parents because their teacher told them they were overweight, and they were like really worried about that. And I was like, and it's just like, we had a whole problem of like, no, you're not overweight. This teacher just has a massive problems. And like, you're growing and developing. That's fine. Yeah. No, it was a thing. And I still to this day, I'm trying to figure out, where the fuck did she get that logic? Why was she allowed to say that to us? What am I doing? Hold on. I need to figure out where to put the city entrance. And I'm busy chattering. Give me a letter. You put the rocks in the thing, because you need rocks for the entrance. I can stick the entrance underneath. I don't want to, though. It's fine. Actually, yeah, it's fine. Okay. So, where is our entrance? Our city entrance? It works because it's also by... This is not really the best. Because, like, look at that hole. Because sometimes I like to stick it inside the tree. I could also stick it over here. Hey, fish! Yeah, see, this is why we're not gonna dig just straight down. Like, alternatively, we could stick it over here. But, like, at that rate, I might as well just stick it here. So we're gonna do that. And... because we have fish below us... I wonder how far down that goes. Hold on, we'll still do it this way. Yeah, okay, so we'll still... Hold on. Cancel. This build. I'll have to build a, I'll have to build a tile there, but that's fine. Okay. This is taking a little longer than I wanted it to, but... Statement is only for the guys. You cannot, yeah. I see. I don't, because it was, I guess the thing about it was, like, it was a female gym coach saying it to a bunch of, you know, middle school, high schoolers as well. It was just weird. And really rude, and insert other several things that was wrong with that teacher, honestly. Anyway, the rooms, right. So most of your buildings are going to either be 2 tiles tall or 3 tiles tall. So you could make all of your rooms 3 tiles up. Or all your pathway. I don't know what you want. Pathways, tunnels. Or you could separate your equipment or your buildings out by like the ones that are 2 and the ones that are 3. I tend to do that way to try to maximize on space a little bit. I'll have rooms that are 3 tall and rooms that are 2. Also, we're saying rooms because we are still thinking in oxygen not included terms. Rattopia does not make use of rooms the same way oxygen not included does. Your door, because you do have a door, you do have a door blueprint, but it's a military structure. It's defense. It's not for the purpose of outlining a room. But how wide, yeah. So that's why if you look at some of my other things, I just have these really long tunnels that are occasionally broken up by ladders versus like actually making rooms. Because, well, see, I can't. So your sawmill is 3x2. The first one is how wide it is. The second one is how tall it is. So it is 3 wide and 2 tall. Whereas your laboratory will be 5x3. It's a 3 tall. And so you kind of just like what can stick next to each other versus like how tall it is. And with ladders, it's like, okay, well now they need to move up and down easily. Okay, hold on. Okay. Next thing, the one thing that is like oxygen not included is there are certain traits that you are just not going to take at all, and there are certain traits that you are going to not take in the beginning. I don't see any of them here, but oh no, yes I do. Okay. And it's just to help you manage like joy and a couple other things. Right? But you hover, nope. You hit F, so you can read this. Intelligence, cooperationist. Things like cooperationist or elitist, it is a +5 when this is met, like the largest group of the social class. If they are not a member of the largest group in the social class, that doesn't mean they get a -5, they just don't get this +5 bonus. And that is something to keep in mind when you have like an elitist. An elitist would like to be the only person with that job, because it will give them more happiness, but they won't be unhappy if they don't have it. Right? This one, joy decline rate is +30%, so they go through their joy faster than others. That's not something you want to have in the beginning, because you're already going to be trying to do a balancing act with keeping everybody happy. Similar to this, there is the opposite to this is slob, and the opposite to this is inactive. They're like not the worst things in the world, but if you can avoid them, let's avoid them. And then when your people come in, it'll always be one person with stuff. I don't know what the person in the middle is supposed to be. Maybe they have like better stats. Like this one has 1, 1, and 1. No, so do they. I don't know then. I guess he has more money. Or a group of 2 people. And then as you level up... Oh, hold on, I have to... Oh goodness, I had to die for a second. As you level up, this will become a group of 3 people, a group of 2 people, and then somebody with even more stuff. So for this one, And, like, I know our seed is the same for, like, how our area looks. I don't know if this will be your first set of people coming in. There's also the thing, too, so, like, you can send them away, right? You can send your migrants away, or, you know, like, turn them away, or let them sit there and wait. Unlike an oxygen not included, they do show up every day, versus the, like, 3-cycle period you have to wait on oxygen not included. So the extra grain would be nice, especially since I kind of got distracted and wasn't harvesting myself. But we're going to go ahead and grab the extra, for me anyway. I'm going to grab these two, so that we have extra manpower. Okay. Okay, so now we have Radisson's. They will do, okay. Radisson's actions have a priority in order of job activities, construction, gathering, mining, and pickup. Which is why you'll end up with stuff all over the ground for a really long time if there is no one free doing all of these things to pick stuff up. Over time it will happen, but it's like the last thing to happen. And then if you want to change that, you can use the code stone, which is a later thing. There is also... So here is your pickup order. It does still, like, you can't tell them to pick up something specifically, but it does still seem like they will do it in the order of... Like, they will pick up things on their own. I guess this might prioritize what they pick up first. I don't know. I don't use it very often. Okay. And then you want them to gather... We want them to gather the wheat. And, like, also like this, I don't think it matters. They don't know if they have a way of telling them what to do in order. But we're gonna have them gather everything. And then they will automatically bring it back to... Well, they will bring back as much as they can carry. To the storage box. Am I carrying? I'm carrying grass. Okay. Which is why, like, sometimes if he only has a 2, he might not pick up all these logs. Yeah, see, like, he left one behind. Which is unfortunate, because now, instead of going to go pick up this last log, he's going to go do another task. But it's fine. They will also level up over time. And they will be okay. So we're gonna keep, so this will be our 3, right? This will be a 3 tall tunnel. And we'll keep it a 3 tall tunnel on this side as well. And I will also ask them to build this ladder further down. What I'll do is I'll just deconstruct this ladder. This is a natural ladder from jungle vines. Or jungle logs, or whatever it is. So now... we have to just spend some time taking care of things. I think what I will do, and they might get a little fussy with me about this because of how long I'm going to make it wait. Give me the grass. Thank you. Okay, we're going to like right like that. Okay, and then we're gonna make this 2. And then I will put... Oh, I don't have enough dirt. Which is a delightfully funny thing to think about. Okay. Yeah, so this is where he tells you you can turn people away or postpone them. So you hit escape, send them away, let them wait. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay, so we have another athletic progressive. Happiness is +5 for 3 days when the policies got added or deleted. So when you change laws, basically. The opposite to that is conservative, where they have less happiness when you change laws. Quiet, this is the opposite of playful. Royalist, happiness for 3 days when passing the leader, which is a great thing because you're going to be moving around a whole bunch yourself. The opposite to this is anarchist, and it's like -5 when they pass you. And if you have a bunch of anarchists and you're in like a similar area or you're all working in the same area, that can build up over time really quickly. I, in fact, have had to... you keep getting anarchist. Yeah, I wish there was a way to maybe change that viewpoint. Like, over time, you, like, are able to convince them, and maybe not turn them into royalists, but, like, lessen the anarchy a little bit. And so I thought, like, you know, you can move around them, just don't... I was not moving around them. I completely lost that one. Okay. Optimistic, they just have a +3 to happiness. Playful, extravagant, necessities decline at a... So, like, they overuse, right? Like, goods for their life. This one drives me crazy. So, their happiness is -5 when they sleep in a bed. And I normally set my beds to auto. That way it's just like, okay, whoever wants that bed sleeps in that bed. They will take up a bed, even though they don't want to be in one. And so you'd have to, like, if you can keep track of them and be like, okay, no, you get out of the bed, go sleep on the floor somewhere. That's fine. But because I'm normally busy doing so many other things, and I set all my bets to auto, I have to deal with this. So, like, try to avoid this one too, unless you can manage to keep them. Yeah, it's silly. Okay, so, rock is something we have plenty of. We're gonna take Morgan for being a royalist and quiet. Yes. And then our wheat is grown back. This is wild wheat. Okay, we're just gonna harvest those 3. Yeah, I wish it was, it's like, okay, you don't want to be in a bed? Don't be in a bed. Or at least don't, like, auto be in a bed. Because I feel like if they get injured, you're, like, prompted to put them in a bed, right? So that they can recover. So, like, in that case, I'm like, okay, well, they got injured, so they're not happy about that. They're in a bed, they're not happy about that, but they're healed. So you have, like, a little bit of unhappiness. But the fact that they, like, they will auto-stick themselves in a bed is a whole issue. Yeah. So, demolish. You can demolish just about anything, I think, and you do get their resources back. And so in this case, we're actually getting new resources out of it. They went down there, but we are getting new resources out of it. That is jungle log. And remember, in the beginning area, keep people gathering a little bit. Unless you don't have the manpower for it, then that is understandable. Also, stuff will despawn if it is on the ground for too long, or if there's too much stuff on the ground. So you might just occasionally need to, like, stop, let them, like, pick up stuff, help them pick up stuff, and then before you get a little too carried away with mining out passages and such. Okay. Your toilets are 2x2s. I always go ahead and just set them to max, so you can use Q and R or the mouse scroll wheel. That's what I do. So it is... Hold on. It's literally like, they have to be within this little yellow circle to use it. So it's at a 1, right? 15. If we scroll out a little bit, right? So I always just set these at max. So, like, if they need to use it and they're within that range, they will come use it. That way, there's no reason to worry about it. Now, you can just build 1. They just want you to build 1 thing, but we're going to build 3. That way, there's no concerns there. Okay, so we have our first service. This also counts as a service by the heart. It counts as a service. But it's a service for hygiene. So the residents also need to consume necessities and their wealth, enjoy. Okay, so now they want us to build the research table, but first we need a small mill. Okay, so hold on. That is actually going to wait a small second. I need a 4. Sometimes you do move faster than them. Don't worry about it. Just do your thing. Most of the time you move faster than them. Actually, that's not a sometimes statement. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so frugal, this is the opposite of extravagant. They use less necessities, or their necessity decline goes down slower. They cry when happiness is below 40. I don't know what that means. Like, I guess that would... It has a range. Yes, it has a range. A lot of things have ranges. Your circus tent has a range. Hunting and... Well, fishing, no, but hunting, yes. And, like, the gatherer's hut. So it's always important to, like, keep in mind, like, where can they go to do a thing? What was I saying? Okay, so I don't know what crying does. I've never seen them cry. Like, I've never, like, noticed it. I guess it might stress out others around them, cause a decrease in happiness to others around them. I'm not certain. Pessimistic. They're just not happy, or they just have a natural negative to their unhappiness. So similar to, like, cooperationist and royal, or not royalist. No, yeah, royalist. This is a if scenario, like, if they have been in a battle, they have a +5 to their happiness. Right? And then this one just has extra hit points. So again, this isn't a bad thing to have. But we don't want playful right now. So we are... I really like this person though, but I don't want to deal with playful. We're going to take Ida, and we'll just try to keep Ida above a happiness of 4. Ida brings with them water. So as far as I know, you have this little water droplet, right? And that is water you can store and move around. As far as I know, it never goes back to being water spread across the ground. But maybe it does. I don't know. Nope, not that. Okay. So our sawmill, again, we've discussed it is a 3x2. But because we have a fishing pond below us, we're not going to stick it down here. We're going to go this way. While we let them worry about stuff on the other side. Build that ladder so that connects, just in case they want to get stuck. I don't want them to get stuck. We are going to mine this way. You will see this pop up a lot. Don't worry about it too much. They're on their own schedule, and yes, you can change that, but they're on their own schedule. They will rest when they need rest. It's just right now they don't have beds. So, Johnny, don't do it. Johnny? Okay. We are going to build another ladder. Let's see, I don't want to get rid of the sweep. Let's wait until Let's build it here. Okay, water moves weirdly on this game. Well, not weirdly. Uniquely. Water on natural ground tiles, so like this is fine because it's already there. It like spawns there. But like if it was like raining across this dirt, it would over time disappear because it like gets soaked into the ground or whatever, right? This is a, you know, unique tile. We made this tile. It's a built tile. So it would stay on top of this tile longer. The exception to that is roofs, which very distinctly say they do not hold water. Water slides right off of them. We're going to bail all this water out. And while we are doing this, we're going to let them pick stuff up and gather, actually. Hold on, let me set gather. You can stand in a tile of water relatively safely. If the water is 2 tiles tall, though, you will start getting like a wet status and taking damage. I guess for like holding your breath or something, I don't know. You can assign a rat to bail water, but it is not a gatherer. It is like its own unique like building that you have to assign them. Okay, clumsy. Production efficiency is -20. This is not the worst thing in the world, because you can just assign them to something that's not doing production, but we don't really want it in the beginning. Here is inactive. They just lose stamina faster, but they're a pacifist, so like the opposite of militant. They're not. They lose happiness when they're involved in a battle. Hygiene decline. They're a slob. Hypertension dies when happiness falls below 20. I've never seen this happen, but it's a thing. And like, I don't know how hard it is to manage, maybe later on in the game, or if we were on a harder difficulty. We're gonna actually send everybody away. I'm not gonna take anybody right now. We're fine. I could have taken that person who has clumsy, but I think it's okay. Like I said, do treat them like your dupes. Be picky with them. You are going to reach the point, though, where it's like, well, you need more manpower because you need different facilities running. But it's okay. We'll get there. Okay. So the purpose of this was... So this is a base. This is the top of... Right, this is the ceiling. Goes up to here. And then we need 2 tall again. So we go this way. We're also just going to go ahead and open up the tree on this side. Okay, well, let me... We are going to take a little time to start carrying stuff back to storage. So your biomes are kind of in layers. And then off to the side a little bit. But for the most part, you're mostly going to find, at least for this, you're going to find a lot of grassland on this top biome and for a couple of floors down. Oh. This is slow, just means they move a little slower. That's fine. It will go up as this goes up, their dexterity. There is a... Oh, there it is. There is another version of it called Quick. Fragile, which is the opposite of Hardy. That's fine, just don't make this person a military person. That's literally it. And I think their hit points will go up over time. Frugal, Floor, okay. We're gonna go ahead and take these two. The game is still freaking out at me because it wants me to make my sawmills. Another rule of thumb, kind of, you want to keep in mind of... I can't, okay. Is... So I have 6, right, people? This does not include you. Right? It does not include you. It includes the 6 migrants you brought in. Right? Here's everybody. And then this little copper leaf means they're lower class. That's lower, middle, upper. It lets you see their happiness, and it lets you see their money and job level. Or skill levels, stats. Right? Strength, dexterity, intelligence. Okay. You want to keep this at about, I don't know, 3 to 4 times your population. Which, like, not the easiest thing to do in the world. But, like, right now it's fine. But, like, you just want to keep an eye on it. There are... There's a Radisson with a request. Let me just get somewhere where they can... Hello, Jared. Dear leader, I love the forest too much to look at all this grass and flowers. If you build gathering camp and assign me for the work, I'll work hard to gather resources for the city. Don't worry, I'll gather only fully grown ones so that they would not get harmed. Would you please, for me in the city? And they just want you to do it, and if you get happiness, +3 for everyone. You can also tell them no, and he gets happiness. He gets negative happiness for that day. But there's no reason not to do this. Like, it's easy happiness, right? I don't know if you have to necessarily assign Jared to it, but we can. she's stuck. Because, like, you can't put under this. But she was building. And so she got stuck. There you go. Important to keep an eye on them. Sometimes they are silly. Okay. We're going to build our sawmills now. Now that I've put that off for enough time. We are actually going to build 2 right next to each other. So that takes up 2x6 space. And while I'm doing that, let me lay down more foundation. Okay, we're gonna hesitate before we put too much on that. I'll just dig out that. Okay. There's a bunch of other areas I also need to build in, but baby steps. Slow, pessimistic, hardy, floor. That's neat. Monetarist. Oh goodness. So this is another finicky one. They have -5 happiness for a day after paying tax. Because of how I do taxes, this has the potential to be very dangerous. But again, it's like not the worst thing in the world. We're gonna go ahead and turn them away now. Okay, construction is complete. Some structures allow you to select a specific resource. Most won't operate without a artisan. Okay. You can view the details, see who's assigned. Okay, so by default, they are... God bless it all. Sorry about that, Jared. By default, they are assigned by efficiency. So whoever is most efficient at this job, which is a strength-based job, will be in the front. And Jared's here because he has a 2, I guess. But so does Johnny. Right? So either of these 2. But you can also assign them by name, group. I don't normally set them into groups, but group. By a job they already have. Or like this. So we are... Didn't Jared want to be the gatherer? Okay, we'll make Johnny our sawmill guy. Okay. Next thing we can do is... So that's the assigned artisan right there. We go down to work. We click on that. We want them to make planks. What is this? It's lumber, right? So you want them to make lumber. And it tells you how much they make. They take 1... What is this? Just wood? Or is it a log? Okay, they take 1 and they make 2 lumber. Alternatively, they can also do it out of jungle logs and make... sticks. There we go. And that's a thorn log. Okay. So I have jungle logs, but... There's that. So that's important. So, like, this is just wood to lumber, but this is the thorn log to lumber. This is the jungle log to sticks. So they're only going to take regular logs and turn them into lumber. You hit T, add condition, quantity check. So they're going to check how much of it is. Produce if less than blank, right? And then we hit tab to change this to 10. And they are going to produce lumber as long as there is less than 30. Add. Yes. Okay. Now, if that seems like a lot, it is, because you use lumber for everything. Everything wants lumber on this game. And which is why we have 2 sawmills. Next on the list of things to make... Okay, so the gathering hut is under... Well, it needs lumber as well. So, it does not matter. It is a 3x2. Where will I stick this? I'll probably stick it on the other side. So that's fine. Similarly, the other things they want you, the laboratory needs lumber. And this is what they want you to make, the research desk, that needs lumber. So we are going to play the waiting game for a little bit. And we are going to stay on top of our gathering. Yeah, like, so even though this is the 3, I might stick the Gatherer's Hut here in this central area, just because. And eventually we will pull up this wheat for the seeds and to make something else. So not immediately, but we will also assign a second person to the sawmill. In the meantime, we have a lot of dirt to move. We're going to go ahead and make the research first. I got stuck. Frugal, monetarist, foolish, pacifist, aggressive, slow, frugal, monetarist. Okay. So this foolish just means they earn experience a little slower. That's all. Honestly, it's not that bad of a deal. The opposite to that is intelligence. Or like an intelligent little bean. The reason why we are going to do the research first is because we are... John, don't do it. There we go. We are starting to run into Radissons who need joy. So I need to get on top of that. Okay, enough resources have been built. Time to build a research desk. Now, we're gonna stick it here anyway. We're going to stick it here. Yeah, now we have to wait for them to give me more lumber. So, it's okay. Okay, research desk is complete. You can research jack all because there's no floor underneath your desk anymore, and so it's inoperable. Fun fact. Alright, see how the water isn't just immediately dissipating? It will over time, because it'll go through there, but... you can flood an area. Okay. Small appetite, they eat less food. There is the opposite to that, of course, which is big appetite. Here is our elitist. It's this little pinkish purple face. And honestly, we might take these two, elitist or not. And again, having an elitist is not the hardest thing in the world to deal with, because there are plenty of things where you're only going to have one person doing that thing. Okay, here's where we're going. So we have a structure. Okay. We have 12 research points up here. So, like, this costs 3, but, like, this only costs 1. You can research up to 3 things, or queue up to 3 things, and they'll research them in order. If you go over to a thing to research, you can hit F, and you can see what it does. Or you can see what it needs, right? Like, when I get this, in order to build this thing, I will need lumber and grass. And then it heals them, gives them a place to sleep, and you can look at all the details. Which is important for, like, when you do services, because you can come over here to the butchery, and you can see, like, okay, this is what it produces. Same thing with the grill. And it's like, okay, this is what this produces. To, like, kind of look a little better into, like, what do you need versus what you're getting. So I know the first thing they want us to do is a circus, but the first thing we're going to do is a bunk bed. And then we will come over to the circus stand and do that. And then... And then we will go to raw resources. And we're going to do a silviculture post rather than a hunter's hut, because I have not seen rabbits yet. So, those are our first 3 things to think. Okay, he's freaking out about research. We will build a laboratory soon. Don't worry about it. A bunk bed is a 3 tall building. And I just prefer to use them over regular beds because you can get them relatively quickly and easily. Okay. So we're just going to keep that in mind. Oh, goodness. Okay. So this came from all the rain. It made new plants grow. So if you're ever worried about accidentally over-harvesting or something, they will grow again eventually if you just have some dirt tiles up top still. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do the laboratory next. We're going to stick it over here. Oh wait, no we're not. Oop. Hold up. Cancel. Yeah, so on that note, silviculture post is also a 2x2. You can normally, I normally stick these 2 together, right? Because that's 4 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. That'll be fine. Okay, never mind. We're putting... Oh, I'm dumb. Shoot. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, no, this is still fine. Okay, we're putting research there. Hold on, need to sit up a little bit. Okay, bunk bed is done. Okay, so this wants somebody who's smart, but over time they'll just get their smartness anyway. I don't have to make Mel. I could. What else could I give Mel? Lots of things. Okay, that's fine. Although I don't have anyone with a very high intelligence score to start off with, so I might as well actually let them have the happiness bonus from being the only researcher. Okay. And now Mel will spend the rest of their life at that desk. We have new migrants. Hardy and hypertension. Elitist and fragile. We're gonna take Paula. Paula and her 7 dirt. Excuse me, I have hiccups. Okay, circus stand. Is a service. Is 4x3. So we're going to stick it here, and we're going to not put this at max 40, but we're going to put it at 30 or 35. So that way anybody in that range can come to it and get their joy service by going to the circus. Or watching the juggler found by watching the acrobat do their thing. Now the other end to this is you immediately need to build another one. Because the person who will be running that circus stand cannot give joy to themselves, right? I don't know, it's just how it works. Like, they would have to go find joy elsewhere, but, like, since they're not working, right? So you have to make another one immediately. Okay, they talk about prosperity, and this is how you level up your city. We're almost at level 2. I think this is like your average joy, like right now it's at 61. Okay. This is a skill that dexterity based. Now this is important. Okay, not for this one, but so fee, people will pay whoever you put here 15. Anyone can use it, like all the consumers can use it, and it'll give them 20 joy. We're gonna put Morgan. I think that's really funny that we're going to put Morgan there because he's quiet. Okay. Okay, and then immediately we build another one. No, we do not, because we do not have the lumber for it. That is my silviculture post. So that is all 3 of my research queued. I could have come back sooner to like add something after silviculture, but it's fine. Okay. So next I'm just going to go through and start like checking off things I know I need. Like we are going to need a hunter's hut. We are going to need a water tank. Next on that list of things will be a butchery and a masonry. Let's do the masonry first. Oh, that's okay. That's why I'm trying to make sure I'm explaining everything for when you watch it back. Or explaining as much as I can. And if I missed something or if you didn't understand how I'm saying it, feel free to, like, text me. Like, please explain. Yay! Hi, Cucumber! How are you doing? Okay. So, foolish, progressive, comes with a single piece of grass. Small appetite, hypertension. Small appetite, optimistic. This is skillful and progressive. Okay, we really like these two. Let them in. And we have leveled up. Oh, geez. Okay. My audio freaked out for a second. Okay, we are a hamlet. Okay, new blueprints unlocked. We've unlocked the code stone. We've gotten a leader point. Policy capacity has gone up, which is interesting because I don't think... I guess you could have researched the code stone before you got to this point. Our population limit goes up, and the base ability of new migrants has gone up. So, like, it'll be 1 to 2, now it'll be 1 to 3. And now you choose a milestone. Now, this is random as far as I know. If, like, say, if I didn't already have civil culture, I would unlock this, but you do get all these other bonuses. Right? There's the cemetery, there's a mini storage, and you can refresh this 3 times. So it's hard to say what you'll end up with versus, like, what to take, right? For me, I'm going to take this, the Shrine of the Rat. Other good ones are the one that gives you the fishery and, like, bonuses to your fishing, like your fishing radisons. What's another good one? This is fine. Like, this is a Radisson effect. It allows them to carry more and be more efficient at gathering. Not just you. The fishing one, this one for the Shrine of the Rat. What are some good ones? I don't know. But you can refresh it a couple of times. Just, if you run out of refresh, you're gonna have to choose whatever you end up with on the last 3. That's the only thing. And it also, like, you can hit F here to see, like, okay, so this is what I need to build the Shrine of the Rat. Was to say I don't have an F here. So the F is just to check what you need for the building. So we're gonna take this one, though, on my end. Hopefully you get something similar. Okay, the city has begun to prosper. Conflicts may soon arise among the Radissons. As more Radissons gather, the need for policies to manage them increases. Complete freedom is one option, but building a code stone to enact official policies might be wiser. Codestone lets you set policies to manage the city more easily. Be sure to give it a try. Okay, and we will. Eventually. Let's see here. So I used to stick my codestone on top, and I still might. Just because of how tall this stupid thing is. Well, it's only, okay, it's a 4, but it's still, like, really tall by comparison to everything else. So I used to just stick it up here. Which I am probably going to do. And I will stick the Shrine of the Rat next to it. But first, we don't have the lumber to make another circus stand yet, so it doesn't matter. Let's build a floor there, though. I will say, though, so if anything happens to your codestone, like, say, because I already know I'm going to do this eventually, maybe. Say you, pull the floor out from under it and build new floor or whatever, or you're digging under it and it just loses its floor, so it deactivates a little bit. You have to go back to your codestone and turn all of your policies back on. So that is something to remember if something happens to your codestone. That way you're not suddenly left with the, like, why isn't this law in place anymore? Like, why aren't they following whatever order you gave them. It's getting cold, and I can tell I'm, like, subconsciously, like, biting my lips, because I have a really bad, like, cut in one of them, and, like, my bottom lip that I keep... And then, because it's there, I keep messing with it, making it worse. Okay, so now the Radisson that needs joy is Morgan. We are going to work on it soon. That's the big appetite symbol, and they're pessimistic. This is conservative, the opposite of progressive. When you'll hear me say occasionally, it's like, I can deal with a conservative, not something to be taken out of context, or an interesting statement to be taken out of context. I just mean it here. It's like, I don't change my policies that much, so it's fine. However, I'm not going to take any of these guys. We could, though. But for the record, like, conservative's not the worst thing in the world to deal with on this game. Okay, so we built the code stone. We stick it right there. We're not going to build the Shrine of the Rat yet, because I would like to use those pieces of lumber here. How big are you? There'd be 2 between there? Okay, yeah, that's perfect. And we're going to increase this to 35. There we go. Yeah, you also take lumber. Okay. And then we let them be for a little bit. Now there's going to be a small problem. Okay, construction's complete. Used to make policies. Oh, I'll get around to it. They're not going anywhere. No one has a bed yet. And that's because... So, a regular bed just takes wood and grass. A bunk bed takes lumber and grass. But it's the same size. It's a 2x... Well, it's not the same size. This is a 2x2. This is a 2x3. Right, so, like, you can stick 2 rats in almost the same space for lumber instead of... Right? Like, it works. Hi, Max. Build tax offices. 2 tax offices. We'll get a research point, and everyone will be happy. No, they won't. That's a -1. But that's fine. Isn't it hard to go around collecting taxes all the time? I don't have taxes enacted yet, Max. There will be a lot of taxes that are not paid without knowing. Versus Max having -3. Okay. So the tax office and the Shrine of the Rat are going to go hand in hand, but let us work on this one at a time. We are running a little behind schedule, but it is fine. Ida. Okay, we will make Ida our other juggler. What is your... Hold on. Doo-doo-doo. It just says you're working at the circus stand. It doesn't actually have a... like, listed job role. We are now going to assign someone to the other sawmill. You know what? Because Maria is skillful, that's why. So remember, this is by efficiency. So this is a strength-based job, right? And Jared has a 3, but she's skillful. so she would be more efficient at it than Jared. And because of what it is, we're still going to stick her there. Because you need a lot of lumber. Cannot emphasize that enough. But our second sawmill, it's actually going to be set up differently. We're going to turn sticks on. Regular sticks. Sticks made from logs, not jungle logs. Add condition. Okay, so this is set to lumber. And we hit tab, so it goes up by 10. She will only make lumber if there is less than 20. Add. So the other one is set to if there's less than 30. And then you come over here and you go to sticks. And then tab again, so it goes to 10 and less than 20. So she is making both sticks and lumber, but she is only making lumber if there's less than 20. That way we kind of manage wood production. Okay, both gathering and silviculture are over here. The silviculture needs 8. That's fine. It can wait longer until we build it. Gonna stick that there. We're gonna put the silviculture right next to it. Once it's ready. Okay, let's do this codestone. Okay, legislate. Okay, your laws are broken up into 4. Hold on, I'm just kind of... Tax, commercial, welfare, labor. Labor is schedules and the order in which they do, like, their tasks. Remember when he says, like, they do the tasks in these orders, and it's, like, job, gathering, mining, something like that. I can't remember what it is already. But picking up stuff is last. So this is where you can change that. The one thing I will say is don't mess with schedules. Honestly, they know how to manage themselves, and then messing with this, you end up with a weird... Because you'd have to group them, so like by class, right? But then you'd have to make a group, and in order to do that, you have to build the register. Just don't mess with schedules. Task priority, if you need them to change what they're doing first, this is where you would do it. Exit. Okay. Welfare. Okay, so first thing we're going to do a tax. This is going to be the base tax that you collect from everybody. So, we're going to rename it, and you can either call it base, or you can call it tax, whatever you want to call it. Right? Base. Okay. It's a civil tax. But you can also make them a tax for using a structure or a tax for using a resource. Cycle, day 1, so like every day we're going to kind of check it. And then what you do is you go down to not all, but wealth owned, and you hit tab, and you change it so it goes up by 100, and you move it to 600. So wealth owned over 600. Right? Okay. And then class, it hits everybody, and then taxed amount. So if they have over 600 coins, you come down here to percentage of income, and you change this to 10, back to 1, and 15. 15%. If they have over 600 gold, they give you 15%. That's their tax. And it gets checked every day. Which might be a lot. Which is why I said be careful with grabbing monetary, because of how I do this. Because you could technically tax the same person multiple days in a row. But so this gives them enough for you to get income back, but without breaking them so that they can't afford to like buy food or their necessities. Right? And then active, you hit escape, apply and exit. Okay, commercial. I'll get back to this in a second, because this will be later on. I will need to turn these on for 3 things. Probably more in the future, but at the moment I normally use them for 3 things. But we go to welfare. So this lets you do a subsidy. Now this does not really stop certain rats from coming up to you and begging, I guess would be the right way to say it. Basically, they're really low on money, and they come to you and they ask for either food or money. And you can choose how to answer that question. But we're going to do a base welfare. Right, confirm. Periodic. You can also do it for consumption and service. I have this get checked every 2 days. It affects all classes, although I guess it doesn't need to affect middle and upper class, but it affects all classes. Amount. No, wait, hold on. Where is this? If wealth is less than 100, you give them... Nope. There we go. You give them 150. Right? Yeah. Okay. Escape. And so there is something to remember is that you are, for the most part in this beginning area, circular, right? Or not circular, but you're isolated. All of your money is still within your settlement. It's not going anywhere. So even if it's not in your savings, it means your Radissons have it. And that's not a bad thing. It just means that's where it is, and you need to adjust taxes, maybe. Okay, so those are our starting walls. Okay. And now we have to wait for them to give us more lumber. Because we need several bunk beds. And we need to start building some more buildings. But since we're here, hold on. Come to research. We go to resources. Now that we have the hunter's hut, we can do the fishery. The problem with this, though, is... Actually, so if I were to hit F here, right? In order to build the fishery, I would need a rope, which I don't have. Right? And it tells you production structure at a weaving mill. And it tells you how to make it. Grass and sticks or jungle logs. So, we come back over here. We need to make a weaving mill. Let's do that first. And then we will turn the fishery on. And that is all of my research points. So we're going to back out. Hello, Kelly? Kelly? Okay, dear leader, I found a pile of woods. I found a pile of woods in the forest, but I saw eyes flashing in the bushes. I had no choice but to run away. I don't know what that was, but it terrified me so much I cannot sleep at all because of the nightmares. I'd be relieved if you build some military facilities and train guards. Would you please, my lord? You got scared of what? Okay, so this doesn't have a negative effect. But it does have a positive effect. We could get 20 logs out of it for building a training camp. That is, there's no time limit on it. So that's like, it's fine. Oh, there we go, gathering camp's done. And we have migrants. So that's meat. I don't need meat though right now. Hold on, y'all wait. What am I doing? Okay, we're actually gonna send these folks away, but if you need people, grab people. It's fine. Okay, Jared. Okay. So I've assigned Jared that. He has strengths. He's the one who even asked for it. Okay, so you come into work. So this is the plants they will gather. And they're going to grab wild wheat, grass, and flowers. And that's kind of all for right now. Okay. Oh, and then the next thing. I didn't mess with the range on it when we put it down, but now that it's built, you come over here to the little gear, to its settings, and then you go to range, and this gives you, it pulls you out so you can see it a little better than when you're building it. Okay, and so you can see, like, here's where that is, here's the wheat at the very edge, and that piece of grass. So he couldn't, if there was anything growing in the tree, he wouldn't be able to reach it, but if we up it, I wish you could kind of, like, only extend it one way, but extend it out a little bit. Not too much, because I don't want him going crazy. So if there's anything growing over here, he might go get it. But we're gonna leave it at 25. Because regardless of what the range is, he is still going to be limited to how fast and far he can move, basically, right? We're going to make this a 3. But we're not going to mine into that area just yet. Okay, and see, the thing is like, so I have the tax laws set, right? But I don't have... There we go. I don't have anyone collecting taxes, and I don't have my Shrine of the Rat up. So, see, you have to go, like, you have to hover over them, and then you collect tax. Which Mel was sleeping, so it looks like I just robbed her. Honestly, though, trying to grab them while they're sleeping is probably the easiest way to do this in the beginning. There we go. Right, so that's how you would, that's one way that you would gather tax. The other way, what they want you to do is make a tax office. So that way you have a designated tax collector go do it for you. Oh, goodness. Okay. Some structures have configurable options. Okay, so this is a bunk bed. And then you hit Q so that it's auto. That way you don't have to go back to the bed and assign somebody to it, right? It's just gonna auto. How big is this? Is this? Okay, so it'll be even. That's fine. Now we do have a small problem in that I can only build 1. I need 6 of them though. So we are going to start the very long journey of building beds for everybody for a minute. The tax office is over here. It is behind the Radisson Register, so we will research that next. The next thing on our ever-growing list of things to do is a lot of things, actually. I don't know where I was going with that statement. Trying to see what's down there. And I'm not managing it. Okay, the fishery is done. We don't have the weaving mill built yet, but anyway. What the fishery is this little thing right here is the fish hideout. And so it will spawn fish for you to harvest. That's an elitist militant. Hold on, how am I doing on food? Yeah, okay. You just gotta be very careful because you can very quickly end up with no food. I'm gonna pull up that, so I have a grass seed. I'm gonna stick it in the box. And we're going to start getting rid of some of the stuff. We're just a little behind because of the wood situation, but it is okay. They're getting on top of it. Oh, someone already grabbed it. Now, the thing I took also lets me activate the Shrine of the Rat for cheaper. Normally it costs like 500. For me, it's only going to cost 200. Is that there? This is not a religion, also. When you see... where is it? When you see migrants come in, it'll be like they could potentially have a religion. Where is that? Migrated. Okay, well, I will point it out later. But anyway, this is not a religion. There are 2 religions in this game, and they will go through like their own whole tutorial thing for that when we pop up next to it. Okay, an eerie presence surrounds the city. That's the other thing that is going to be not something we can control. Because the invasion cycle is on a range of like how many days. So your invasion might be sooner or later than mine. But this first invasion's normally fine. I haven't even seen a den. So they're gonna dig a tunnel to us, and that will be fine. We'll manage. Okay, see this religion. Reticence with religion gain special status effects or access to follower-only structures. So like no one has a religion right now. But that will be a whole thing later. Party and elitist. And you come with meat, so that's fine. We're taking the meat for the research bonus. They're going to eat it very quickly, and then it will be gone, but that's fine. Oh, geez. Dear leader, city is growing. I'm so proud of you. With that in mind, you know about the prosperity level. By measuring the city's wealth, residents' living standards, and structures built, the city's Primus, help me. And prosperity can be measured, so setting a goal to reach the next level might help you lead the residents better. I believe in you. Sincerely, the scout. Okay. So he just wants me to level up. That's fine. Yes, for the prosperity. So that's the economy score that it wants us to get. That's at max. And so we need more citizens, and we need better structures. Which we're working on. Okay, come over here to Royal Tax Office. So the tax office is going to take 4 each, and they want you to build 2. So not only is that lumber you have to designate to that, it is also 2 reticence you have to designate to those jobs. Which is fine. Like, that's whatever. It just is what it is. Good grief, what am I looking at? I still can't see what is below me. gonna keep building this way. Let them wait for a little bit. We also still need to build our silviculture post, but that takes 8 lumber, and so that's just gonna have to be a little bit. Oh, okay. So you do have to come over here and activate the shrine. So this is a skill. I don't use it very often, but it's like you hold, it's like T or something, and provides 10 Pia, which is the currency, to nearby Radizens. Radizens who receive it 5 times or more at once. Gain happiness. I don't know if I'm understanding how that's read. But anyway, it's a way to like give some money to your citizens and make them happy. But this, most importantly, is this part. All for one. Automatically collects unpaid taxes from Radizens passing by. Only one shrine can be active, so there's that. Yes. But we don't have any other shrines right now, so that, see? And then you just immediately collect taxes. That said, we are, of course, still going to build our tax offices. We just have to deal with an invasion first. Okay. So tab, no, not tab, shift is your button to change modes into attack. It's kind of important, though, because sometimes you might be trying to do something, like, say, pick up somebody who's injured. You have to put your sword away to do that. Okay. Now that you've killed them, make sure you also get rid of the tunnel and then repair the building they were attacking. But other than that, we're good to go. Okay, what is over here? We have to build a small ladder, I think. Let's see. Yeah, this is a fine place to stick a ladder. We'll, put it there, see if I can find it on the other side. Trying to stay on top of how much... It's like, okay, the silviculture post can wait a second. We need to build our tax offices. And these don't have ranges, which is always fun to figure out. Give me a grass roof real quick, please. Okay. That aside, what do we need next? We need a butchery, because eventually we are going to find our rabbits. Okay. Well, you don't have the same job. Both of you, jeez. What if they have the same job together? Would that work? I don't think it's going to. That's fine. They'll be fine. I will still make the 2 of them my tax collectors. Or about... Am I silly for this? I need to go and see if military jobs count as their own... Because, like, when you build, like, say the training barracks or something, right? There's 2 different types of weapons or soldiers in there, and so I don't know if that counts as, like, a unique job, or if they all get, like, grouped under, like, a militia, regardless of what they're wielding. How did it end up with 3 elitists? I kept saying it didn't matter. That's how. You know what? Hold on. Let me still actually swap that around and take those 2 somewhere else. We'll do that instead. Okay. Cooperationist. There's an anarchist. There they are. -5 happiness for 3 days when passing your leader, and then if you walk by them again after that time, it gets even worse. And there's... yeah, no... I think we're gonna wait. We have plenty of people for the moment. Oh. They need a roof. Hold on. That was like the whole point of this. Okay, we're going to use a roof, and we're going to shape it that way. Like that. There we go. And it's just so they don't get wet. We'll have water end up building up here, especially since I'm not digging up the sweet spot just yet. So that'll help mitigate some of that. Okay, what have we learned? It's over here. Rabbits! And our... okay, so this grave site... why are you guys up here like this? Oh my goodness. Is the Den of Plagues. This is where plague rats will spawn from. Definitely not welcome. Aw. Okay. And we have a small little pocket of water here. Did I hit the connection chat again? I hit the wrong button. I did not mean to put your sword away. Okay. Oh my god, Jason. Hi, Jason. How long have you been down there? Get out of there, Jason. Now I have to wait for them to finish doing their thing. Okay. Neats, monetarist, crier, clumsy, neats, conservative, send them away. Which sounds rude and, like, mean on the surface, but it's fine. It's fine. You gotta be picky with them. That's just all there is to it. Oh, another fishing spot. And jungle area. I see it. I see it in my dreams. Wait, we have a small problem, because on this side I have it as 3, on this side I have it as 2. How big is the fishery again? Wait, a fishery is a 2? Okay, but I don't need it... here I run into problems. It doesn't need to be super high up off the water. Just enough. And I'll figure out what I'm exactly what I'm doing with it in a second. Hold on, actually, cancel this one. That way, if anything falls into the water, I can go get it. Okay, jungle biomes are really good. They have frogs. They have silkworms. They have snails sometimes, and that's a small issue. Don't get stuck, please. Hold on, I need to sit here and make sure they don't go crazy. Can't help but think there might be a better way for y'all to go about building this, but okay. Have at it then, I guess. Well, the ladder's complete now, so. And we check for wood, and we keep building beds. Training camp is down here. Yeah, so see, here's the door, right? A strong door made of wood makes a rule for whom can pass in and out of it, which is useful, right? Like, you can do that. It's like saying, oh no, only these people can go in, or something like that, right? It also does stop water. That's kind of nice. Oh no, it's still functional even when submerged in water. Okay, never mind, not what I thought. Yeah. And then you can have an iron gate. So it's like, it's not so much as a, like, structure for defining a room as it is a defensive thingy. It's the technical term for it. Ooh, okay. And we have a desert biome right here, too. Delightful. So these are fern trees. And bone. And cactus. Along with a lot of sand and sand rock. No, critters. I mean the bees, but the bees are coming off the grassland. I was looking for the, oh goodness, what are they called? They're like armadillos. Armadillos? Or something like that? It's a critter to hunt. Perfect. There is more grassland on the other side of this. Okay, so these bees, we're gonna let them chill for a bit. I might break into their little area, like here, on the side, but we're gonna let them stay here. And eventually, when I have the means to, we will build an apiary, a beehive. Our own little beehive. Send these guys away. I'm still sitting at 15 citizens. And oh, one thing I will say is, like, so this is set to auto, right? If you save and quit and then, like, reload your game back in, you're gonna have to put this back on auto for the purpose of, like, building more. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, and that is beds for everybody. For now, anyway. Okay, that pink flower at the below me is a joy flower. It is part drug, part carnivorous plant. I don't know, one of them attacked me. Wait, this is slate, And as far as I know, you don't really do anything specific with slate, except maybe make some, like, fancy tiles out of it. Sand rock can be broken down into sand, which can then be smelted down into glass. Nope, set them away. Failed water that has somehow formed on top of my... The problem, and this is a problem with a lot of games, is if you need to do anything with your storage, there's so much in your storage that it's going to be a headache trying to move it. Like, that's just... I can no longer get up there now. There we go. I'm gonna have to wait until I dig underneath that area a little bit because it just drops off on the other side. Now that we're getting a little further and they're starting to dig out and everyone has a bed, I can start... Okay, so we need a silviculture post still. It's 8. I know where my rabbits are now, but they're on the other side. So next is going to be our weaver, who is 3x2. We will stick them right here. The masonry is 4x3. So we can stick them here. Or we can put them somewhere else. Stick them here. Or here. That seems a little silly to put them all the way down there, though. Maybe? We can just stick them right here, though, and have it be up by 1. Can't be placed in the air. And because this doesn't have tile... Not even tile, because it doesn't have... It's like 2 empty spots where it would go. Put a... Well, that's a problem, because it's going to take up... Now my thing will be off. Okay, hold on. Cancel. And then build the masonry above it. That's fine. And I will have to assign someone to the weave. Weaver's post. Weaver mill. Was it? The weaver. The loom. Big appetite, progressive, small appetite, elitist. No, something. I guess because we know the Den of Plagues is on this right side, we can, stick our training barracks over here. Alternatively, hold on. So here's the thing about critters, with the exception of locusts. When you have them like this, because locusts don't drop anything, so like I just took out those 2 bees and now I have them in a box, right? I'm gonna put them in storage. Don't think of them as dead. They're not dead. They're captured, more accurately. Because you then use bees and rabbits or silkworms to make your like cocoonery, your apiary, and your pasture. Apiary. Apiary? Beehive. Right? You use them to do that. So like, they're not dead, they're captured. So we're going, you need 4, I think, for the apiary. You need 4 bees. Okay. So I'm going to wait for that cocoon, or that hive, to give me 4 more. And then we're going to destroy this area, so that way I can come through. Here. But make sure we have 4 of them first. Although, I guess if you don't, there's also this beehive down here that we can get bees from. So, there's that. Now, the bees, if you'll see this green stuff around the flowers, it's from the bees. Like, they made the flowers grow faster. No, don't attack the beehive yet. So if you had... So, like, something I could do, naturally, if I wanted to, is, I could put the small gardens under a beehive. And let them, like, grow flowers really quickly on their own. Okay. Eat. Okay. And we have our 4 bees. And that's the main thing there. I'm gonna pull up these flowers. And we are going to drop this ladder the rest of the way down. And build across a little bit. I guess I need to get rid of this one too. That's fine. I don't have to spend... I think I could dig the square underneath it, and it would also drop the seed, but, you know. Just to be safe. We have 7 research points. We're gonna go do some research while they're building stuff over there. Hardy and cooperationist. Athletic. Inactive. Floor. Inactive. Royalist. Like, I feel like this, maybe like as a ops person, or I don't know, someone who doesn't move around too much. Like, I don't feel like that would be too bad. I do like the 2... Oh, you know what? I will do a Sora. I know exactly what I'm going to do with Sora. Come here, Sora. We go to service, and we get a school. And we also get a table. So the logging camp is for trees. But you'll notice we're right by a tree that has a lot of tree skin in it, which comes out to logs. Anyway, so you don't need this immediately. At least I've never taken it immediately after a while. Menu storage. We're going to... Where did it go? Am I crazy? Where did it go? Grain farm. That's what we're going to grab. Okay. Okay, we're going to assign Bear as our weaver. You come down here to work and tea, fabric, and rope. So rope takes sticks and grass. Fabric just takes grass. Fabric we set to 20. Add. And we do the same thing for rope. We don't need to make silk yet. Oh, that's 200. Oh my god. There we go. The reason why you want so much rope, though, is for, like, later on you will go through rope like no one's business. But we will worry about that at a later date. I was supposed to be trying to find a place to stick our main... our main ladder, and I didn't find one because of where everything is built on top of. Okay. Next thing we're going to do as well is nothing. Never mind, you need stone for that. Or stone... what is this? Stone brick. Okay, so that's what our masonry does. It takes our rocks and it makes stone brick. Kelly. Kelly is foolish. That just has to do with experience. That's not... has to do with efficiency or skill. So they assign Kelly to this. Oh! I'm sorry, I thought the grinder made sandstone. The masonry makes sand out of sandstone. My bad. The grinder does lime powder and bone powder. And salt. And like a million other things. Grinder is the other one that you're gonna build 2 of almost right out the gate. Maybe not immediately, but you're gonna need 2 grinders. Okay, we're just gonna make stone bricks right now though. Add condition. If less than 20, make bricks. Okay. Similarly, tell them to dig out this. And similarly, tell tell them to build the ladder down. Okay, so now that ropes are being made, I can worry about everything else later in a second. Give me that. Okay, it is summer. We've survived our first season. Hello, Sora. Sora and Kelly are arguing. Two reasons have come to you, but when winter arrives, plants won't grow. Food shortages will become severe. Please plant these seeds in the garden so we can stock up on food before then. I've brought some mud to help build the garden. If we rely on the garden and run out of food in winter, it will truly be the end. As long as we have water, a grain farm can grow crops even in winter. I brought some spider silk to collect dew and gather water. The argument doesn't seem to be ending. Whose side will you take? Okay, so this is one of the things where you need to, like, check. So if you take this, Sora will get happy, but it's only Kelly will lose happiness. So there's that, I guess. The spider web is nice because sometimes spiders can be hard to find. I do have mud nearby, but it's also surrounding my fish, so I don't really want to, like, poke at it too much and mess where my fish. As long as I think I don't mess with the mud directly under the fish home, fish hideout, I think is what it's called, I should be fine. And we are already looking for a grain farm. I'm gonna do this one for Kelly, just because I want the extra spider silk. For the purpose of, having it. Okay. They opened up down here. What is down here? Another plague den. Yay! Said no one in particular. I need to go build barricades. Hold on. We're running back to the research table. Oh, that's not the research table. Fun fact. Okay, military. Oh, I have a barricade. Never mind. You can make a spike barricade. Do you need the thorn logs for it? You make an explosive barricade. I don't know, black powder. Jeez. Oh, never mind, I do have spike barricades. Deals 5 damage to the target. The structure deals 20 damage to itself when activated. I guess I have to repair it over time. There is a maintenance... shoot, where is it? There is a maintenance office for the purpose of repairing stuff. Okay, I have barricades. Barricades take longer, though, I guess is the argument. Not an argument, like, it's fine that it takes longer, but, like, it can be... Like, how many of them do you really want? Military training camp. So we're gonna build 2. We're going to stick them both here. Or maybe I should stick them right next to each other. Yeah, actually, hold on. Let me get rid of this one. And what we will do is we will just build the barricades here. I don't have a lot. I'll have to build barricades below as well. digging. Okay, and I'm now on the other side of the pond. And there is the other den below me. Perfect. Ooh, and copper. Amazing. Okay, and now we're going to start hauling stuff back to the... Oh yeah, did I ever get stone brick? I did. Okay, so the reason why I wanted stone brick is I don't have mini storages yet, although I could. There's a mini storage. There we go. Small garden, because we are going to need it. We're waiting to grinder, grill, tannery. Massage the table. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, royal forge. Yeah, okay. So mini storage, small garden, royal forge. Now that we have fabric going, I can build the royal bed, which is important because it's how you heal. But real quick, we're going to build a storage here. Now this is a big storage, it's not a mini storage, it's like the one that we have at the very beginning. Oh, I didn't explain how tax collectors work. So your tax collectors, what they do is they go to the person who owes the most taxes, and they collect from that person. So that's how they decide who to get money, to take money from. Or not take money from, but collect taxes from. It's whoever owes the most. And I don't think if it's like, I don't know if it's like one person per day or how exactly their schedule works. But like, they go down that list. Right? And so them plus, like you could, if you have the Shrine of the Rat, I imagine you could probably do just one tax collector and yourself for a little bit. But the more people you have, the more you're going to need like another person collecting. Also, if you decide to, what is it? If you decide to take up a different shrine, right? For whatever reason. Because there's a lot of them and they have good, perks. There is also... Okay, I'm getting a little hand. Okay, so that's how tax collectors work. The reason why I thought about that is storages. They will take whatever they have to the nearest storage. And then... But you can go into it and, like, select... Like, this can be placed here. That is Jason. Hello, Jason. Like here. You can storage a limit. Where is... Resources holding. Where is it? Limit? Yeah. It's a new bees, right? And so you could tell that to like turn on and off. Store set, and so that's store settings, so that's what they can put into it. And then release settings are what they can take out of it. And then I guess how many can be put in it? Is that what that is? Current settings. Storage limit. Not okay, yeah. Okay, I don't want to mess with that. Okay. So that's what all that is. So the mini storage is just, you know, this, but smaller. It also takes up less space. I think it's like a 2x2 or something. So one way you could help your efficiency is by controlling what is stored where to help dictate where they go to put things up or collect things from. It's not something I micromanage too much, but it is a thing you could do if you need to. Huzzah! Rope! Not enough rope, granite, but rope. Okay, we got our 20 logs for... building the thing. The barracks is what I meant to say. Barracks are a thing. Speaking of things I've been meaning to build. There we go. Starting to hurt just a little bit. Gonna let them do their thing. While they drink some water. Alright, some military structures serve as training facilities where Radizans are trained to become soldiers. These soldiers will defend your city by fighting off invaders. When a Radizan is assigned to a training structure, they'll need time to complete their training. If they don't have enough time to train, they won't participate in battles, so make sure to plan ahead. Soldiers are paid automatically every day, so think carefully before recruiting them. Now, you can still tax them, of course, but it is like, regardless of whether or not you're actively being invaded, they are still there, basically, right? They're still being paid. So, we're gonna put Steven. Who was it? It was Steven and Inya, right? No, it wasn't. It was Andy. Oh, because he's hardy. That's why I was thinking of that. Okay, we're still gonna put Steven here. And then, so that's this part. Receive basic training. Okay, so you choose the type of soldier to train. The soldiers will have different abilities following their types. So you have a militia rat who has a club. They have an attack power of +2 and a movement speed of +20%. Or you have guards with spears. They also have an attack power of +2, but they have health instead, like maximum health. We're gonna give him a spear, so make sure you click on that. Right? Okay, and so you come back here. Oh, he's not here, but there's this bar, and it'll be like he's training, right? So he's not ready yet. We're not gonna put anyone on the second one yet. Okay, I'm gonna build more barricades, though. And then I need to build... Oh. Never mind, I'm out of lumber already. It never fails. Yeah, okay, so let's see, he's at 18%. Okay, so what this person does is they basically go around and water and, like, give fertilizer to the plants. And so you can tell them which plants to give it to. So wheat, grass, flour, the trees, because why not? Right? Okay. And then They don't have an affecting ability, but you do kind of want someone who's fast. Maybe not. Okay. And yeah, like I might have another person for this job later, but not for a while. And even still, I might not. I might just move this person next to all the plants and let them do their thing, so yeah. We'll just... Did I put trees on here? Yeah, I typically do. Okay, what is... So similar to this, it has a range. We put this one at 25. And see, now that I know these plants are out here, I just don't know how often they're going to get over there to get those plants. I guess we'll just go ahead and make it 40. Okay. However, I'm not going to do that to them. Yeah, I'm going to leave them at 25. Militant and skillful with fish. You can take militant and skillful with fish. Thank you for the fish. Yeah, and you need to build more beds. There's our mini storage. Yeah, it's 2x2 as opposed to 3x2. Never mind, I am not building more beds. I don't have the means to do so. I am trying to prepare for a thing. So in summer, you will have someone come to you and ask you about the Maypole Festival. Or the Mayflower... What was it? It's the Maypole Festival. And ask you to build a maple. Which takes a lot of flowers and lumber. And it is one of the reasons why I wait to build grinders for oil. It is quite tall. Ooh, I'm running out of grass. That's always fun. That will slow down, though, once our person is done making fabric and stuff. But it's, like, honestly, it's fine because I will find more grass. Don't you worry about it. Don't you even worry about it. Also, we have a silviculture, like a botanist now. I don't know what to heck call them. Who will help the grass grow a little faster, so... Let them finish taking care of that. More fish. No, we're good. Okay. Build raw materials. Fishery. So this blue line that's going vertical down, it needs to be hitting the water in somewhere like that. It doesn't matter too much as long as it's hitting the water. Like, I think as long as like one end of it is in the water, you're good. We are going to... What are we going to do? And then you can turn it left or right. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. I think I want it on this side. So we're going to put them here, I guess. Here. Here. Is that 8th grader your 8th grader in particular, or someone else? Someone else's 8th grader. Because I feel like that kind of matters in your pain. Oh. Oh no, buddy. Like still learning it, or just... Oh, I can't get to that at all, huh? Doo-doo. Oh no. I see, I'm about to be blessed. I've had so many people like, oh, you really like English. Why didn't you become an English teacher? And it's like, I had a problem putting up with the writing from my classmates. You would not want me... And maybe that's actually why they wanted me to, you know, be an English teacher. Of like, yeah, teach someone to write, please. But, like, I just... It wasn't happening. Okay. Remember what I said about how, like, you can stand in water for a little bit? Okay, so you get wet and you take damage. But we're coming down here to dig up some mud. Okay, we're just gonna drop the mud off there. And drop the mud off there. Okay, never mind. Maria's on it. Okay. And then when it rains, it should fill up this little area. And... yeah, it's like the reason why I definitely always said no back to until like kind of recently when I took that job over there for like being the after school teacher and educator, whatever the heck they tried to call me, is like I don't have the patience. Like I know this. I don't have the patience to deal with little kids for long periods of time, and I don't always have I'm not always the greatest at like explaining things because some things come to me very quickly and in ways that they don't like happen upon other people. And so it's one of those things of like, this works for me, but I know like before until like kind of recently, it's like it works for me. I know it doesn't work for other people, but I don't know how to reword what I'm thinking into a way for it to work for someone else. Like only recently have I gotten like really better at that. Kind of. And like in this, it's like I'm trying to like not necessarily make a tutorial, but like go through the steps of explaining how to like do the beginning of the game. But it's like I'm having to like constantly think of myself, don't just do the thing, say what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how you're doing it, because otherwise I will just go and not think about saying or what I'm supposed to be doing. Which is fun because like I know where people get it from, because they're like, you can tell when I'm passionate about something because I will sit there and start rambling about it. But that's not really the same as teaching someone something, right? And it's like, yes, I'm very passionate about literary devices and English and classical literature and all that stuff, right? Like and writing, right? In general. I love all that stuff. But it's like, I could sit there and talk about it until your ears fall off. But like trying to teach someone that craft is not quite the same. Especially since like, I know for reading and writing, and like, I don't know how they do it nowadays in schools. I grew up being like, I don't want to say forced to read, but it was like, it was a thing. I was like, before bed, I had to read a book. Like one of those little children books. Like I read part of a book to someone else in the family, right? Like it was like kind of like geared in my head over and over again. Like, no, read before you go to bed, read when you do this. And I also grew up around a lot of people who do read naturally, a lot of geeks and a lot of gamers, and so like there were books all around my life. So I have that advantage, or I had that advantage over some of my classmates. And so some things came to me more naturally than others. But like, that is a unique experience to me. I don't know how to translate that into teaching someone else reading and writing techniques, right? And that's why you're supposed to go to school to learn how to teach, because there's a whole thing for it. But then just the whole, like, you know, anyone can teach technically, but also not really. And by bad, it means disjointed in fragments, because I'll remember something from oh, yeah. And I feel like, yeah, so that's like your like kind of like ADHD, right? It's like your brain, it might be moving faster than like where the steps are and stuff like that. And that's a whole other thing to take into consideration. Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a Fisher. Also, if you sent it to me, Sushi, I think my Discord is like muted. Oh wait, hold on, there it is. Okay, hold on, I might actually have to read this later. This is his 4-paragraph paper, oh no. Hold on, okay, starting there. It's... What grade is he in? 8th? I'm sorry, that sounded really bad. As I said it, I realized how judgy I kind of sounded right there. That's... I don't... Who gets poked at for that? Like... Cause, like... That's... Are they... I'm trying to think, like, high school. Like, early high school, middle school, junior high, right? I'm trying to think of, like, what the average writing level was back then. Because here's the other reason why I know I shouldn't be an English teacher. Is, as someone who is an English major, I could not tell you the parts of speech. Like, I have to remind myself what's an adjective, or, like, what's an example of an adjective, and stuff like that. Because it's one of those things, is like, I know what it is, but then I hear the, like, term for it, and my brain just, like, falls off. You did go in format it better. But that's what I'm saying, like, did they... and this is one of the things is, like, how do you know what his writing should be like at this point? Like, what have they been teaching him in writing class? Have they been going over, like, because this is where another thing is in my first year of college, before I took like an English 1 class, they have you take it wasn't like, so I had to take remedial maths because I'm really bad at math. It wasn't a remedial English class. It was just this class they make every like entry level college kid take, and it is to teach you how to write an essay. And people like just coming out of high school, or like age, or like had been in college, like had been like doing stuff, the way they didn't know how to write what I'm going to like quote unquote call a basic sentence was like not concerning, but it's just like, you know, like it wasn't structured right. And so that's one of those things, it's like, is that just something like we umbrella too much on like it's something everyone should know, versus like every teacher or every area is going to teach it a little differently, versus like if it's not something you actively do, how easily are you going to forget it? Because we spend most of our time talking versus writing. So, and so, you know, it's one of those things, is the way you say something and the way you write something down are two very different things. According to his state test, he's on grade level, if not a smidge below. Yeah, so that's, and I know this is because of like where I went to school was not the best place. Did not learn how to write an essay until that college course. Like, I was never in high school and middle school, I was never taught what a thesis statement was. I did not learn any of that stuff. Like, I think, honestly, thank goodness for that class, because I didn't know what a thesis statement was. I didn't know how to source my papers or, like, write a works cited page. I didn't know how to do, like, notation or anything like that. Like, our papers were, I don't know what to call them. They were just papers. They weren't properly, they weren't like, there was no preparation in high school for me to write a scholar, like a quote unquote, like a critical essay, a scholarly essay, anything what you normally expect from college. And I know I've been hearing that like nowadays, like, yeah, that is something they are teaching them in high school and middle school, which is great. Legitimately, that's good, because like I know so many people got lost in that class because it just like, to them it felt like it came out of nowhere. Because it's not even just English classes you need to write essays for, it's like history classes, science classes. So here's where I will come to his defense a little bit, that I cannot do outlines to save my life. I think they're a waste of time. But like, and like, because my teachers did do that. They're like, write your outline, like write your idea, write your outline, write your draft, a second draft, and a final draft, and then turn all of that into me. I would just write the final draft and turn it in, and get like really like perfect scores or high scores. But that's because like I've been reading and writing for so much. So again, it's one of those things that I kind of picked up naturally. I hated being forced to do outlines and drafts, because in my own brain I found them to be a waste of time. Like, I could just be working on the final product right now. That's the only thing where I'm going to be like, I wouldn't force an outline on draft on somebody based on their own process. But I don't know like what he's doing. Oh, it's so upsetting. Forced outlines. Because, like, I'm not gonna like, and I had a teacher who was like, it's okay if you don't follow it, I just want to see that you have a process. And then I wrote the essay in the, like, or, well, essay, but I wrote the paper in the, like, 45-minute period that they gave us, and I turned it in. I'm like, there you go, there's my process. And they're like, this is done. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And I realized, like, that's not how the average student is going to do it. But, like, the fact that they wanted me to, like, force me to go back and write the outline and write a first draft and write a second draft. And I'm like, Because I did that too. I was like, okay, well, I wrote the first draft, and then I wrote a second draft, and I didn't change anything. And the teacher got after me for not changing anything, and I'm like, okay, well, what do you want me to change? And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, well, they're not helpful. Which is silly. I would actually like to go back in time and like smack some of those teachers, because there's plenty of things they could have changed, but because they were trying to base it on like everyone else in the class, they didn't have me changing anything, which isn't really fair. And asked him for advice on outline was done, or if he could point me to some resources. He's like, you should already know how to do one. I can't help you. God, I'm so sorry. Sometimes English teachers are so back and forth for me, because I will either have the best English teachers ever or the absolute worst ones. Like, there is no in between. They're either impossible to get along with or work with, or they're amazing. And I don't know why English teachers are like that, or at least in my experience. Composition 2-4, so learning to write, basically. Even still, then, like, if the whole you should already know it, that's not fair, because like even high schools in the same school districts don't have the same outlines. Their teachers are not going to be teaching things the same way. And maybe, again, maybe they're getting better about that, but it wasn't that way back, back when I was in high school. And then, God, what am I thinking of? It would not have taken that teacher any time to appoint you to a resource on writing an outline or giving you a basic draft one. Yeah, that's, oh my God, the way going to like colleges, and it's like, okay, you're English teachers at the same campus, you're in the same department, why are you all not on the same page on what to teach students? Especially if they're going from one person's class to the other person's class, you should be talking to your colleague and saying, hey, this is what I expect my students to know when they get to my course. Can we make sure they know it? That's true, unfortunately, Cucumber. That is very true. It drives me crazy. What am I doing? I'm trying to assign a fisher. Hi, Bella. Will you go fishing for us, please? I could... We're just gonna do that, actually. Yeah, I read some of it, and that's why, like, after, like, I had to, like, reread some lines a couple of times, and I'm like, wait, no, what level is he in before, what grade is he in before I say something too harsh? Regardless, though, I feel like... And it's, like, one of those things, it's, like... How do I say this? Whereas I definitely support everyone learning to write, I can understand where, like, when you're going to try to convince someone... It's... How do I say this? It's that thing of, like, when you're trying to teach someone a skill, like, oh, you're going to need this skill. And they're like, okay, when? When am I going to need that skill? Or why am I doing that skill, right? And sometimes trying to prove that part of it can be a little hard. Especially when they go through their day-to-day life without doing any of the, said things, right? I know that was always the argument of, like... like, why do I need the- Oh my god. Hello, you two. There's two of you down there. What are you doing? It was always that argument of, like, well, why do I need to know these math things, XYZ, when am I actually going to use this? And, like, I can't say anything. I was definitely those kids. I'm like, I don't need math. I have a calculator. I also just hate math. I can't with it. Not for a lack of trying. I guess that's where it comes in full, not full circle, but like an extra set of annoyance is I like the problem solving part of algebra and calculus. I'm just not good at like the actual math number part of it. I also take way too long to do what my teachers called simple equations, and I'm like, well, I could either... it was just always a constant argument with them. It's like, this is how I do them. If you want the answer correctly, it's going to take me about twice as long as it takes someone else. When you're in your face to the math teachers is like, do you ever get told, don't use a calculator because in the real world you aren't... Oh, yeah. It's like, you're right, I don't have a calculator in my pocket. I have a small computer. Technically. Right? So you don't get scammed or taken into a cult is such... Oh my god. Like, oh, you're not wrong. Goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. That's fair. I sometimes feel bad for those people because, like, they're just doing their job. And they get hung up and, like, called, like, horrible things. All the time. Aww. But you apologize, so there's that at least. Hi, Andy. Yes, Andy, can I help you? Okay, there we go. Dear leader, it's already the peak of summer, and while summer brings scorching heat and rainstorms, it's also a wonderful time to dance under the warm sunlight. In the region where I used to live, we used to hold a festival in the summer, and I find myself missing it a bit. What if we hold that festival here as well? And so a festival sounds great. What do we need? And so they start you need petals and lumber. You need it stored so that they're just ready. And you can learn the maple blueprint. Ask me again next year. We're building new traditions, so we won't be doing that. So this is an easy thing to do, though. There we go. I need a little more lumber, but that's fine because we have 4 days to do it. Oh, and the radisson points, which we're totally good on, so... Are you reaching the water, Paula? Well, maybe. Well, it should be storming eventually, so we're quick and optimistic. And you're an Antarctic. Grr. I think because this red is similar to... What is the other one? I can't think of it. Militant? But Militant has the sword on it, and Elitist is more pink. I don't know. I don't remember how I ended up with so many... It's upsetting. Anyway, off we go. So if I recall correctly, the maple is like 5 tall. makes doing this next bit fun. Trying to get up here. Make sure there's space for the frickin' thing. Okay, flower crown and maple. Hi, Andy. Okay, dear leader, it seems you're ready to start the festival. Gather everyone, let's dance together. And don't forget to choose a partner too. And who will be the lucky one to dance with you? Okay, shush, I'll dance when I feel like it. No, okay, so we have like a day to build it, which is why I'm trying to make space for it. Okay, so it's a decoration. No, it is not. It is... There we go. Yeah, it's 3 by 5. So, hold on. There's 3 on that side. There's 3 on that side. Okay, perfect. It's one of the taller structures in this game. Yeah, I am about to fall and take damage, but it's okay. It's all for the prosperity! Okay, we're good. Fine, everything's fine, don't you worry about it. I'm about to do it again. See, you need to do 20 of each, but then, like, you don't need 20 to build it. And there we go again. Ow. Okay. But none of that has happened. We are going to build out this way a little bit. And we're going to stick my bed over here. Maybe. Yes. We're going to stick my bed there. So eventually... I will have a bed to sleep in. I am so bad about this game. One moment, I need to go give the lad his treats. I was supposed to do that like 15 minutes ago. I'm gonna put this on a BRB screen. Run the restroom and all that jazz. Okay. BRB. Okay, I'm back. The kitten has been treated. Okay, there is our eerie presence. Okay, next thing we are going to build is a... Oh, I don't have a tool shop. Hold up. No, I do have a woodwork shop. Okay. Okay, I need to build that woodwork shop. And then we will build the school. School? Woodwork shop. There we go. Oh, maple is done. Well, don't mind the, wood all over the place. What does it do? It gives them happiness, right? Oh, no, it gives them a lot of things, actually, huh? I guess we'll dance with Paula. They're the least happy. I love how they just kind of pop up out of nowhere from the ground. Collecting taxes in the middle of a festival. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that either. Okay. Okay, the tannery is going to wait a second as well because I don't even have a butcher yet, so we can't really collect leather. It's my other elitist. Andy. Yes? Yes. There you go. Hello, Andy. Welcome to the tool shop. Okay, so this person, they make it's a woodwork shop. They make tools, barrels, cogwheels, and wood furniture. Wood furniture is the thing we're going to worry the least about right now. Cogwheels are needed, but we need copper bars for them, and you need a smelter for that, and also copper ore. Barrels are, you need them for beer and wine, and probably a couple other things. But at the moment, it's not a very high priority. The only thing super using tools at the moment is going to be the school we're about to build. There will be other things right now, like later, but for right now, that's it. So we're not going to put this very high. You make them 3 at a time. So I'm just going to say produce less if less than 10. You can probably put it lower than that, like at 6 or 9, but we're just going to do less than 10. Because I don't know how often the school actually uses them. Like, is it per student or is it per class? So just in case, we'll do 10. Add. Okay. Later on, I can up that to like 20 or so. We can have a small stockpile of like goods for that, and then we will go from there. I'm going to go ahead and put the school over here. We're going to set it to 40. And then we will take care of that in a minute. Okay, I have an invasion coming up. An invasion, rather. But Steven is ready, I am ready. We have some barricades set up in place. I'm gonna have to find somewhere to start the water collection. And I do have a natural source, like, right above me in that pool area. So I might do that. The thing is the rabbits are on top of it. So I'll need to think something. I guess I could empty it out. Alternatively, I could grab those rabbits, use them to make the pasture, and, like, get rid of that burrow. No, frick my life. I was carrying dirt. That's so rude. Oh, I also haven't healed yet. Frick my life. Okay, this is what barricades are for. Get behind you. I can get behind you. Aha. Oh no, don't turn around. Stop it. Okay. Well, Steven was on break. But we had him if we needed him. There he goes. Steven's back. Which one of these do I need to repair again? Is it that one? This one. Okay. I need to go see if the bed's done. Now, I can't do the Royal Forge until... I wonder, was I confusing Anarchist for hypertension? Because, like, this isn't, like, a bad thing. You just need to keep in mind their happiness, right? I'm still trying to remember how I ended up with so many Anarchists. Okay. And we put Sora here. Oh. I should say, there we go. Yeah, Sora's smart. It'll be fine. Okay. Now that you have a school, that person that's teacher, they will occasionally run up to you and ask you a question about what you think makes a good leader. And based on your answer, you'll get experience for that. I tend to say an intelligent leader because it's the only thing I don't notice going up naturally, whereas I'll see strength and dexterity going up naturally. But, hold on, where is it? If we hit G, G is admin. G is not doing anything here. Okay, so when you're sleeping, hold on, it says you can hit tab to make time go faster, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and then it goes back to 1. That is only effective while you are sleeping. Okay, so here is this menu. I never use this menu. It's for statistics, research. Oh, can I do research from here? Am I silly? Should I be using this menu? Oh my god, I can do, instead of running back to the research table, I can do it from here. Okay, I'm silly. We've learned something new today. Well, that's good. Do a... Nope, research can only be done at the research desk. Never mind! So it lets you check it, but it doesn't let you do it. Okay, and statistics are like, you know, house prosperity, where's our savings going? Down, the answer is down. Policy, etc., etc. Let you check on people. Logistics. Filter, well, that's interesting. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, no filter. To let you do that as you're running through, that's kind of funny. Hold on. Where I was wanting to go with this, though, is we check leader. Check alarm. Okay. We check leader. Right, and see how strength, and like, that, you don't know how to make intelligence go up. Intelligence is a helpful ability when there is a need for brilliant ideas. Intelligent radisons gain experience more quickly than others and are able to work more efficiently on many city-needed jobs. Whereas this is like, you'll get this as you move around, you'll get this as you dig and fight. I don't know if intelligence goes up with anything. So that's why I tend to tell the teacher that they tell you. And it's research and efficiency. Like, it shows you what it does. Moving speed, construction, repair efficiency, attack power, capacity, right? Like, that's all that. As you level up, I have a tendency to forget this. So, like, this is your equipment. And we're going to work on fixing this here in a minute. This, your leadership points. So we're at 2, right? Because you go... and you can do this for the first time, and normally if you don't do them after a while, the scout will send somebody to tell you to remind you to do it, and I almost always forget. So you can choose one of these, and you recover hit points every day at dawn, I guess, or midnight. If you hunt animals yourself, you gain an additional resource. If you mine dirt tiles yourself, you have a 5% chance of 1 gold ore appearing. If you gather yourself, the resources gained increase by 1. This does not affect resources gained from removal, so you'll get extra grain, but you wouldn't get an extra grain seed. And allows you to fish when aimed at the water near a lower edge. I took early rat once, but after that I've not taken it too much because it only goes down to here 4, but you'll continue to level up, so you can take other ones. So I'm going to wait and not take one just yet. But if you feel like you need one, take whichever one you want. Okay, there are rabbits below us. Huzzah. Just because I'm a little upset about the rabbit placement over there by that den of plagues. And I don't super know what to do about that right now off the top of my head. Okay, that's another fishing spot, but we'll worry about that later. Why did all the water shove off to the other side? Do I need to move my fishing? Because I will, if I need to. Okay, let me consider. I also don't like when they put, oh, right. Well, this is a small problem of a different variety. I don't like when they put, dens on top of... rabbit nests, because I'm going to start trying to attack that den, and those rabbits are going to come after me. And that is not ideal. Hi, Steven, I need you to come with me, buddy. See, because even if I'm only hitting the den of plagues, see, I've hit the rabbit now. Oh, jeez. Okay, this is actually working out really well. Maybe. Steven's down. I didn't save before I did this. I just need the den to go away. Okay, there. Loot. Okay, maybe don't do what I just did. But also don't worry about it. Oh, my hit points are too low. Shit. Yeah, I know, I know. There's so many of them, jeez. Nope. Johnny, I need you to not be here. Oh, I'm about to die. Did someone get hurt? I don't see the wounded rat symbol. Primus. I think we're done. Don't do that. Actually. Yes, Aurora. Our city is already settled into many of its parts, and we are truly living happy days, but soon residents want a bit more convenience in their lives. Let me have voice. Okay. So they want me to either improve dining, grooming, or transport. It doesn't matter which one you do. You do whichever one you think is easier. So build the kiln, make pottery, grinder for oil. I tend to do this one, and there's no time limit on it. So they want you to do it. Okay, thank you, Aurora. Thank you for doing a repair work. Oh, goodness. Definitely save before you do that, too. I was silly. Yeah, my water's going down. That's so weird. Is it because I dug in that mud and caused an issue there? Hmm. Hold on, we're gonna try to fix it. Do I have to do where is it? Is it not a raw material or a resource? Maybe I don't have dew web yet. Hold on. No, that's right. I was gonna take it, and then it's like, oh no, you do need to be at a thing to do this. Okay. Okay, first thing we're going to do. So we're going to start building. A box around it. I'm going to go die in my little bed. Okay. We are fully healed again. Okay, next thing we're going to do is we're going to move that fishing spot. Okay, you come over here. I don't know if you'll need to do this, Sushi, because you'll know not to dig, potentially. But it is... Uh-oh. Relocate, there it is. And it costs 100. Caution, the structure will be dismantled and its contents will be released until its construction is complete. Any assigned artisans will be considered unemployed. And you click on it, and you move it down where you want it to go. For me, it's right here. And we're gonna turn it. Oh, that setting can't be changed during relocation? Hello? Can I change that setting right now? Are you gonna actually make me dismantle the whole thing and... Oh my god. Place this blueprint with the same names and past conditions as the current structure. Would I be able to change? Yes. Okay. Do that. And then, who is this? This is Paula. Okay. Q. Demolish. Goodness. Build. Do web. I can build two. So I'm gonna build one here. Hold on, little fishies. I'm working on it. Did that fish just die into the ether? So you can stick these dew webs anywhere, as long as they have a catch. You need like a space for them to fall down, right? And then something underneath it to catch the water. Okay, there's our dew web above us. Let me go put Paula back at the fishing spot. There we go. Fish! Oh, you poor little fish. Come here, fish. Can you free the fish? Oh, I cannot. You are a captured fish. Okay. Well, someone will eat you. Don't you worry. You will not go to waste. Can I just grab you? Oh, I've never done that before. That's kind of funny. Well, fish has been added to the encyclopedia. Now they can go through and demolish some of this. Okay. And once our fish comes back, we will, you know, worry about it later. Sorta. I do want to build this here, though. So, two below that, Okay. We'll let them figure that out eventually. We will build more toilets here. Ow, Bobby. It's always hard to tell how many infected rats are going to come out of a, one of those graves, because sometimes it's not always going to be that bad. Sometimes it's going to be, like, nothing at all. And it's like, how are you supposed to know? Right, I need to get food production underway, but we had such a whack spawn with our rabbits. This is not technically better. A little bit better. So, back to the whole, when you catch an animal, consider that animal caught, not necessarily dead. With, like, the example of the bees, and same with the rabbits. You can hunt rabbits, but they still need to go to the butcher to be turned into meat, leather, and bone. And then alternatively, you can make a pasture where rabbits will give you milk as a food source. So we're just going to open up this area a little bit. I wish there was another... I guess let's look around and see if we can find another rabbit burrow nearby. And we can put a hunter in between some rabbit burrows. This is unfortunately me doing a lot of exploring on my own, but it's fine. Okay, I see grass. Grass is always a good sign. Not seen another burrow yet. Oh, there's a tree. Okay. So that's a good place to start. Okay. That's... there we go. Like that. Oh, goodness, the rabbits ended up over here. Well, there they go, I guess. It's fine, probably. Okay. Over here is metal ore that I want to get to as well. So we are going to dig that way. And potentially up and over if we need to. But let me go start a rabbit pasture research task. That way, because since I'm having such a hard time with this, I might need to find alternatives to some things. And then... just get this out of the way. The grill... actually, that's the only thing. So I did rabbit pasture, the apiary, and the grill. The grill is not even going to be remotely built for a minute. I see. Where was... there it is. My silly self trying to keep everything level. So I need a ladder here. Cancel that order. Make a ladder. Thank you. The other thing I need to do is, once that ladder is ready... How many rabbits do I need for a pasture? 4? Okay. The other end of that is rabbits need grass to eat. So... It's going to be a small minute before we do that. Let's go, I guess, explore the desert while they're doing all this jazz. See what we can see on here. Nope, put that down. So, I know the cactus does this to you. Hold on. If you try to gather the cactus, it pricks you. You get cactus flower. Does the thorn tree also do that? No. Okay. Good to know. Oh, hey, look, there's the armadillo things I was talking about. Look at them. Look at them big floppy ears. Oh, jeez. Come back here. Come back. Okay. Got it. Oh, and this is gold. So that's useful. We have another heat wave coming. Or here, I guess. Okay. To put the armadillo in the box. Send them away, we're good. It's one of those times that you kind of just wish you had a backpack. You can only carry one item at— oh, I can only carry one item at a time, but I might as well make it worth it, I guess, right? Let me get this cactus as well. Ow. Cactus. I'll need to build another storage unit that's closer to some of the things. They don't have to walk quite so far to put stuff away. You can also— these are tiles of bone, if you really need them. What gives you bone? I know so the thing with rabbits is they give you leather, meat, and bone, whereas most other animals only give you like 1 or 2 of those things. I found more bees. Okay. We now have rabbit enough to make The city has insufficient food. That happened really quickly, and I wasn't even paying attention. God damn it. Well, that's a problem. I wouldn't say it's because I fucked up the fish thing. I shouldn't have. I didn't think the water would recede like that the moment I started messing with the... I mean, I guess that's... I don't know. The whole thing with the how water works is silly, but... Get that filled up. They're fishing over here now. Right? That reaches... It wasn't set to... Damn it. Okay, make sure when you move the fishing, it is set for fishing. For fish, rather. City is going to continue to have insufficient food, unfortunately. I am working on it. Although if it gets really bad, one of your citizens will be like, we can buy so much food with, like, money. Still looking for another burrow next to this one to try to maximize hunting. Oh, put that down. I said put it down. There we go. Aha! There's a burrow above me. I see them. Okay, where is that? That is... You're literally right above us. Okay, good, good, good. Suck. There we go. Oh, the water is... watering. Where? Hello, darlings. Would be a good place. And literally right here, I guess. Okay, hold on. And here I sit, scooping away. We will be putting the butcher, the hunter, and the tannery over here then, along with a box for them. Okay, there is that rabbit, which means like the burrow's like right there or something. This is the base of the tree. That flower there. I can get rid of that flower though. We'll still put it here. Sometimes you just have to sit here and bail water for several minutes. Oh, that's not what I needed right now. Nope, okay, the water has receded all the way over here. Fill up all of this. Okay. We finish building the ladder. I need to do something about the rabbits getting into the base, just for simplicity's sake. Well, when they get stuck, and then they're like, well, I'm not going this way anymore, I guess, and then they just like have to like awkward shuffle and then turn around. That seems excessive. It's not. They're all just down here. Hi, Steven. We good? Never mind. Steven was like, not this time. Okay, good. They're building the water back up. Wish I could tell people to like, hey, please bail the water when you see it. I know it's going to take forever, but... And there's a job specifically for that, but like I have to be careful about where I drop them. Because they'll destroy fish, like, habitats. Because they'll just bail the water. Anyway. That's not connected through yet. Okay. I don't know. Hold on. I'll worry about that in a second. Yeah, because I can just move my bed. Oh, there we go. And then... And then I need to wait for them to actually finish building some of it before... Hello, bees. Before I do anything else. Just another rabbit hole. And another fishing pond. But, like, there's plenty of food on this map. It's just weirdly placed. But, like, the good news is like, Sushi now knows, like, what direction to go into to find these things. Ooh, yeah, looky here. Okay. You poor things. You're, like, stuck on that island all by yourself. Or actually, rather... There we go. And then we build... Not production. Raw materials. We build a hunter's hut. The butchery right next to it. The tannery next to that. We give them a storage. And then a grill and a bakery will come later. But for right now, we've got those three things. Okay, I have room for one person, it looks like, in the beds, which I guess checks out, right? Because I guess there's 10 beds. I've got 19 people. Here, we're gonna come back over here. We're gonna come over here, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this girl. And I will put the pasture over here as well once we get that started. What on earth was that noise? Okay, that was fun. Oh! I was picking up fangs. Hello, I have a small hobby. Those sharp tooth you stockpiled, would you sell them to me? Sharp tooth. He wants 500. I have 556. I'd get 1,000. Buy as much as you like. How about only taking half? 300 for 500. Last time collecting them too. I am not. No, here. Buy as much as you like. Okay. Okay. The rabbits have been placed in the box. What are you? You're a pacifist? Operationist, frugal. Oh, these two are really good, though. No, let's go with Harvey. That way we know we have, like, the space we need. I'll have to build more, beds. Okay, I don't think... into sentence. I don't think. No, I do have the apiary. How big are you? Apiary. Watch me mispronounce it every fucking time. That's not what I wanted you to look for. 6 by 3. 6 by 3. Okay. Grinder. Bakery. Kiln. Okay. Never mind, we've leveled up. Don't know what we did, but we've leveled up. Oh, that's probably all the buildings I built over there for the hunters. Okay, we are now a village. I've gotten an extra leader point. Policies can be expanded. Population can be expanded. Migrants can be up to level 4 now. Fishery. Okay, I already have the fishery blueprint, but if they have this job, they acquire an extra fish, they are faster, and they can carry more. Arena and Royal Forge. I already have the Royal Forge, but the arena is a service area, and people who use it, I guess, get extra attack power, and for me, it gives me extra attack power. A school, we already had. You get extra blueprints, or research points, migrant ability, good one gets an extra intelligence stat. For these, like, bonuses, these are all really good. I would definitely say fishery, even though you already have it. But I'm gonna refresh. See what we get. Okay, black market. So the guy I just sold the shark teeth to, this guy. And they run this black market. I guess this is better for, like, you get more shark teeth. The price is negative 20%. I don't know what that means. Wouldn't that be a bad thing? Exploration office, we haven't gotten there yet. Mini storage, it increases the storage capacities, which is really nice. Reroll again. Hunter's hut and butchery. This would have been a great first one. The hunter gets an extra attack. The butcher gets more efficiency. That's a trading post. Hospital. Hygiene. Reticent does not die from disease. Also nice. I don't really want any of these right now, though. Yeah, that's my last refresh. Damn. Okay, this is the Shrine of the Rooster. Your shrine skill down would be on cooldown. That's kind of useful. It's... what does it do? It has to do with, like, the time of day. Like, the early rat is the rooster thing as well. And, like, healing as dawn arises. I'm gonna go with Exploration Office for this. And then we hit G... oh, Encyclopedia. Because I've killed a fish. And an armadillo. Okay. Oh, we are in... okay. So I now have 2 of these, but I now have access to these down here. So, one of the things... this hasn't happened yet, but one of the things I always take as disciplinarian is if you arrest a criminal yourself, their criminal status is cleared on the spot, as opposed to you taking them to a prison and having to hold them there for a second. So that's why I take disciplinarian. There is, in the Royal tab, under prison, a police-like force building you can make, where you would basically assign a police officer to go do the criminal catching and putting in prison for you. But other than that, I've never had crime so high that I've had to worry about that yet. Fingers crossed. But you can just take disciplinarian. Similarly, doctor, if anyone gets sick, you can treat them yourself. Enables you to apply the cultivate effect to plants without it using... what? I'm not sure what that means. But I guess it makes you like the botanist. Pickpocket enables you to collect money from deceased radisons. And carrier increases movement speed by 20% while carrying items, which I think is really nice. We're gonna take disciplinarian. Actually, we're gonna take disciplinarian and carrier. Okay, there we go. Just to try to stay on top of things. City has insufficient food. I am working on it. Okay, we come over here to our hunter. So right now, they're going to be hunting rabbits because that's what's in the area. But you also want to check off locusts. Locusts come in the autumn and, like, attack your wild plants. I don't know if they will also attack your farms if they get to them, but I would assume yes. Right? And so on this, you can tell them to attack anything. If you wanted them to collect bees for you, for that. Same with silkworms, bats, frogs. So this is where you tell them what to hunt. Right now we're just hunting rabbits, and when locusts come, they will take out locusts. Jason? Jason. I wonder if hunting counts as being in a battle for, like, militants. I don't... like, it should, right? Okay. There we go. This is our butcher. Okay. We're not going to activate the butcher just yet, because I need to go build my rabbit pasture, and I don't want them to kill all of my rabbits. We're also not going to activate the tannery yet, because we don't have anyone ready. Hi, Sarah. Okay, so this is what I meant by they ask you about your experience. I'm sorry to say this, but more and more radisons are questioning your leadership. Of course, I am not one of those, but as someone said, what good is good? Wouldn't it be good to study in many ways? What direction would you like to go? I'll help you out. And so you tell them strong, handy, or intelligent, and you'll get experience for that. So I normally choose intelligence, because I don't know how else... Hi, Jason. Dear leader, I found a pile of meat while I was hunting in the forest, though I'm not sure who hunted this, but who would grieve for its death if we just let it decay? It might be better to honor the poor life by eating it quickly, or would it be better to throw it away because you are uncomfortable with it? It's not right way to throw away precious meat. You get 10 raw meat. Stale meat is a sin, put it away. And he's unhappy about that, but I've done this before and it makes everyone sick. Or not everyone, but it makes a lot of people sick if you take the meat. So we're gonna throw it away. Just because I don't want to deal with... Hi, Jared! Alternatively, Jared found grain while walking through the forest. I was walking through the forest and I found a pile of grains. Must be salvation. The great forest is for pitying us. Let this grain be used for food to feed the residents. And alternatively, you can also say no to this. I shall not take the belongings of the unknown. But I've played through this part enough to know that you get sick from the meat and nothing seems to happen for the grain. So there's that. Back over here. Rabbit pasture. Right there. And the apiary cannot fit its big butt next to it. Yes, it can. Hold on. Demolish. Do-do-do. And do-do. Now, here is where we are going to run into a small problem. Is your bees want flowers to make honey. I don't have to build the apiary yet, actually. Your bees want flour, but you use petals for a lot of different things. Most notably, it is the necessity for the oil necessity, which what they use oil here for is for like cleanliness, like for like, what is it? And it was, my brain always falls back to the Greeks doing it. It's like they would use the, wrong button. I think the Greeks did it, that they would use the oil and then like to pull up the dirt and stuff off their skin and then they would scrape it off. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Am I crazy? Because I also accept that answer, that I'm crazy. That ladder is all the way over there. That's kind of far. Okay. I will build the apiary. I'm just going to continually just say it like a different way every 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it. Oh, the barricade on the way. Hold on. Okay. You know what? Let me just... Thank you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now, I don't have 5 flowers to plant. When I do, we're gonna put them there. And then we're gonna fall down this hole. And then we're gonna put a grass field on the other side of the apiary. This is what I'm getting to mean, like, I don't have the people to man all the buildings that we're making. Get? But I don't really have the means to feed them all, so we're a little stuck. Just for a tiny bit. Where am I going? Now that my rabbits are safely in their pasture. Here's what I meant by, like, there's 3 people over here now. Which is way more people than we need. We're going to make Lizzie our butcher. Okay. So, meat comes from rabbits, frogs, and armadillos. Leather comes from rabbits and armadillos. Bones come from rabbits and bats. And feathers come from feather beetles, which I have not run into at all before. Yet. So right now we just want meat. We do want meat and leather and bones. So meat, you tell them if there's less than 30, you make meat, please. Leather, if there is less than 10. Oh, sorry. Leather, if there is less than 10. And bones, if there is less than 20. Now, the reason why I have bones set so high is because you take it to a grinder, and that grinder will then turn it into bone powder. And that bone powder is used for a lot of different things. Going to be here for a second. Clean up, basically. Still streaming. I've got 30 minutes. The babies are being impatient. They want to be fed now. Walking back and forth. Delivering all the things to the place. Hello, it's parental unit. I will tell Mama you said hello. See how it's like kind of fading? That you can tell something's been sitting on the ground for a minute. They're working their way over finally. Just gonna pick all this stuff up. As far as I know, 5 might be the highest your carrying capacity can go without the assistance of like something extra or a shrew. So keep in mind your rats can eat raw fish and can eat raw meat. It does not need to be cooked. Okay, so here at the pasture, you make milk for 8 milk for 8 pieces of grass, or you can make more rabbits, I guess, to give to the tannery and the butcher for grain and grass. Right now we just want milk. I think they will also drink milk just on their own. We're gonna set it to 10 for now. Actually, no, we're gonna set it 420. And then I don't want to make Bridget. I'll have Aurora do this. Here's our bees. But they're not going anywhere, right? So, like, we can get somebody over there eventually. Let's take care of our food situation a little bit. guess I can't reach that now then. That's okay. Okay, so that squishing sound next to me. Oh, there we go. These are silkworms. And we will get a cocoonery for said silkworms. Eventually. Eventually, I will have to move those dewebs, but not just yet. Okay. So, next group of people we will take in. Build a second fishery. Eventually. We're gonna come over here to Royal real quick. I have the exploration office. What do we need? So here are the shrines. Like there's rooster, rabbits, snake. I don't need any of that right now. Do a barracks. What does this take? Okay. Spike trap. Oh, we should do the maintenance office probably. There we go. Okay. That'll give us a little more room to fill up with some water, and then I can put the fishery here and just have it sink into here. And then I might just leave that there. I'll go ahead and put Bridget here, because I keep meaning to. Is your thing set? No. Come on. That's a small problem. Not that that would have helped earlier. Oh, wrong buttons. There we go. There we go. I wish I knew how to, like, what makes them decide what they're going to repair or not. I also have to find where to put new migrants in terms of like beds and stuff. Ooh. 1 second. Some of my items are out of stock. That's rude. It's not HEB's fault. Not really, but like, still rude. I keep going across the floor thinking that it won't be... Like, it's not done. I've never built it all the way through on that side. But every time I do it. What was that to stop? Oh. It just got removed? They didn't want to replace it with anything? Okay, that was rude. And a little upsetting. My waffles got removed. Okay, now that I don't know if any leather has been actually produced. But probably. Keep forgetting the tree is not even on both sides. Which is like whatever, but like it annoys me every time I'm reminded of it. Because like this was level with... Oh, that was level with. Never mind. See, it's still not level. Like that starts down there and this is up here. It's whatever. It's fine. It's a tree. Of course it's not like even on both sides. I'm just moderately annoyed by it. Okay, and then we build the ladder. I should actually not do that because I have done that before and cracked open a water pocket above my head. So we're not going to do that. I had a whole thing about how when you're making your main ladder, make sure you leave things on the side so you can do the lift and all that jazz. And freaking this map was just like, JK, what if, actually? And completely screwed over that plan. Because I keep trying to walk across this and it doesn't exist. It's upsetting me. Yeah, that's why. It has to be because I started digging in the, like, the mud, and so the water slid sideways and started disappearing. Like, that has to be it. Which is fine, like, lesson learned, basically. But... oh, look, more rabbits. I don't need more rabbits, but there's more rabbits. Oh, you know what it is? You don't naturally pick up the teeth. You have to, like, walk over them. And you have to... oh, jeez. Girl, you want to turn around, please? Thank you. My thing with soldiers is they keep taking off instead of staying here, and I don't know how to do... I know there's... so there's military buildings I need to build so that they, like, follow orders, or I can, like, better command them. Ow, my face. It drives me crazy. You two got that, right? Okay, thank you. Another thing, I don't know if that carries over based on, like, seeds, like world seeds, is your Plague of Dens, Den of Plagues, Jesus, I can't speak, might be in different areas, right? Like, that's always a possibility. Why did I do that? Stop it. Get some help. Me at me. Get some help. Oh, that's a scorpion thing below me, I think. Which is fun. Okay, so I want this gold eventually. I just need to figure out how to get, like, over to it smartly without fucking too many things up. I might go... Radisson is in need of hygiene. Is Radisson stuck? No, Radisson's gone. Hello? Radisson's stuck! Motherfucker, how did you get up there? I swear to God. They're not dupes, but, like... God... Company needs you to find the difference between these two pictures. Hold on, dummy, I'm coming. I shouldn't be mean, but, like, bro. God damn it. Can he... Right, they can hop off. Right? Hey, Lucas. I'll have to deal with that next time, because right now I have a fool to deal with. No, frack. I see the problem. You stupid. Swear. Go. Shoo. Oh my god. Yeah, that's just going to stay there in case anyone else decides to be stupid about it. Okay. Okay. I don't have a bed anymore, but that's fine. We are going to in here so that I can go feed the ravenous babies, and we get back to this at a later date. Sushi, if you have any questions, I'm sure I skipped over a lot of things or didn't explain them very well. Feel free to message me, and hopefully this helps a little bit. Thank you all so much for stopping by. I will see you next time, which is likely going to be Tuesday. But until then, I hope you have a lovely evening or time of day that it is for you, and I'll see you next time. I will lose the button to end stream. Bye!